All right. Are we live? I think we're live. All right, so let me just get to my channel to check everybody's comments. I already had some comments left for me, but hello everyone. Let me go ahead and make my phone the do not disturb thing. Okay, so hello Mike, hello Build Warships, hello Kevin, hello Young Maritime Historian, hello Mike, hello Isaiah, hello Sniper Goofy, hello Alex from Bulgaria. Somebody asked me a question. Jacob says, well, first of all, hello Jacob. And Jacob says, hey Alex, do you plan to put in a passenger station? Yeah, so there will be two stations, a freight station and a passenger station. The freight station will go in right next to the engine house. So there's a track next to the engine house where I usually store the freight train. That's where the freight depot will go. And then right here on the main line, beyond where this camera can see, will be the passenger depot. And the passenger depot and freight depot will look very different from each other. The passenger depot will definitely look very nice, very Victorian. So, small, very small for sure, because it's a small layout. There's not very much room. I know there's a lot of folks who, they seem to think there's a lot more room than there really is. They look at it and they go, oh, you could put in all this, and I'm like, there's really not that much space on here. But yeah, it'll be a small depot, but yeah. A freight depot and a passenger depot. So hello everyone. I'll try to keep up with the comments. It's now time to remove... last time we did a stream and I was working on this stuff, I was painting the exterior and interior of a Caboose kit I have. It's for a Sandy River and Rangeley Lakes Railroad Caboose number 556. Sorry, there's like 3 different numbers up here, and I'm like, which one is it? 556. This is On30 scale. For those that don't know, On30 means it's O scale, but narrow gauge, replicating 30-inch tracks, 30-inch gauge. So that means it's O scale, but it runs on HO scale tracks, essentially, which is why it's considered narrow gauge. I know that can be kind of confusing for some folks, but I have the exteriors of the Caboose already painted to match the freight train that I have, and the interior of the Caboose was painted kind of like a pastel green, and it'll look very nice when it's completed. Very similar to the Disneyland Railroad Caboose, but it'll look very much on the exterior like the Rangeley Lakes Caboose. So today we'll be assembling some of the walls. This is a kit that is certainly the most difficult kit I've ever had to put together. It will definitely not be done today. It seems like one of these kinds of things that'll take weeks to do, so I don't have a lot of patience for that. But if I can accomplish this, then I think I'll feel very good about it. So I have here some... this is like Native American chai tea. So it's not Indian at all. It's a mixture of spices and stuff, and the company that produces it is like a Native American company. So, but they call it like an American chai, which is interesting. It's very delicious, that's for sure. My brother-in-law got it for me for Christmas. But it's delicious. I mean, you have some sugar in there. I have a sweet tooth, so a lot of sugar is nice for me. The chat on my phone is not keeping up with what people are saying. I've been looking for people to comment to me. Gordon says, I'm also watching this. I'm working on a locomotive shed for my 00 scale models. Interesting. Doc says, hi Alex, so glad to join. It means the little is asleep and my paperwork is done. I spent the day constructing a giant marble maze. Oh, interesting. Wow, that's pretty cool. Maritime historian says, my cousin was just at the house. He told me more about when he was at the RMS Queen Elizabeth. He said he was 100 feet of it. Maybe I think you mean to say within 100 feet of it. And he also said he looked all the way up to even see the lifeboats. Oh, wow. Pretty cool. Hey, Jeffrey. Build Warship says, do you wish that Cunard made another ocean liner to go with the Queen Mary 2? Yes, but not for the reasons most people would think. Not because I think that like they necessarily should have like sister ocean liners, but because I think that the Queen Mary 2 is a really popular ship. If you want to book a voyage on the Queen Mary 2, you know, you're looking at booking for a voyage almost a whole year in advance. That's pretty popular. So yeah, I kind of wish that they did have a second ocean liner just so that way you didn't have to book so far in advance. And, you know, who knows, maybe the prices would be a bit cheaper. I don't know. But then again, cheaper prices might mean cheaper experience. And I kind of want the, you know, the high quality experience they're known for. Hello, Mateo. Hello, Mike. Jonah says, working on my On3 layouts wiring today. Oh, I do not envy you. I can do wiring for stuff, but I hate it. I hate the work of doing wiring, but it's got to be done, you know, but good luck. Let's see here. K4RNA says, hey, Alex, just following along. I'm playing my radio station. Just talked to 2 people in Alaska. Oh, nice. Maritime historian says, also have seen family members, or also have family members that have seen the Queen Mary. Interesting. Okay, so let's read these instructions here. I'm going to read out loud just because I think it'll help me remember it better. Start by sticking interior sidewall A1 to window wall B1. So let's see. I'm going to get the parts diagram is in the back. A1, interior side wall, which is the top of this one, to window wall B1. So let's see. Oh, right. Okay. That would be those are both labeled 1. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. They both need to be done. Okay. Stick assembly to exterior wall C1. Okay. Lining up the top edge and door hole. Lining up the top edge and door hole. Okay. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Oh, okay. I was like confused for a second there, going, uh-oh, what happened? I see what they did. Okay. Glue cupola window panel B2. Well, we'll do that next. Glue cupola window panel B2 the inside of cupola side with a large door. Okay. Well, I better cut these out, so let me get my... I'm going to slow the train down because it's not going fast by any means, but we're probably going to be on here for a couple hours, and I try not to wear the engines down, so I'll slow it down just a little bit. I think that's probably how I manage to keep the engines in such good condition is I don't run them fast like a toy, you know, like I mean then again, like I said, it wasn't going fast even right now. It's just that if you run them at a certain speed, you can keep them going for hours. They don't overheat. You know, some of these model engines, they will overheat, which some people have had a problem with that. So I have an X-Acto knife. I'm just gonna. There's little wood spurs that keep the wall panels attached to these wood sheets. So I'm just gonna cut those spurs so I can remove the panel a lot easier. There we go. There we go. I feel like I need to press down on these two more. Okay. Oh, that's it? Just 4? Well, that was easy. Alright, now the interior piece. Alright. Gotta be gentle. You don't want to tear any of the wood. Those can be sanded down. I better get the... Okay. Each of the windows can come out. Each window, the extra panel is only attached with one of these spurs, so it can be easily removed. Okay, let's see. Read some comments here. Kevin says, I have a suggestion for your train layout that you could build a canard dock. No, it wouldn't work. There's nowhere to put it. It's one of those things where it's like the layout looks bigger than it really is. There's no room at all. You know, I have a friend who was suggesting like, oh, you could build like a little dock for little tiny... There's these little tiny tugboats that used to pull logs along a logging river. I don't even have room for that little dock. Like, nothing. So, yeah, the layout looks bigger than it really is. It's not that big. Yeah. Let's see. Pull that out. So, there's that one. Make sure it's... It looks, like, very, very dark to you guys because it's in shadow, but it's a nice kind of bright red. So that's the first one. I'm just running this sandpaper over the area where the little spurs used to be, just so they don't stick up too far. There we go. And that one. I hope that when this thing gets put together, that it works well, because I can already see that the wood is kind of bowing a little bit, and you know, I live in a very moist environment. You know, I live in northwestern Oregon, so you know, stuff like paper and wood products, they get kind of warped in this weather, and so I'm kind of hoping that this kit accounts for that, you know, and is strong enough to resist that warping, or else I might have to reinforce it in some ugly way. All right, now let's cut out the other one. Carter says, do you miss Strasburg, Pennsylvania? I don't know if that question was meant for me. I've never been there. Mike says, cold weather is over. Today was very warm. For me, today was warmer than usual for this time of year, but not warm by any kind of means. It was still 48 degrees Fahrenheit outside today. Young Ship Maritime Historian says, Alex, do you have family members that have seen the QE at all? If you do, that is cool. No, I don't. A lot of my family, going all the way back like 100-something years, we've always been on the west coast of the United States, so no one's ever seen the Queen Elizabeth. None of my family. If there's a part of my mother's family, then I have no idea. I haven't been in contact with any of them for most of my life. So, yeah. Come on. There we go. Okay. I can move that up there, get that out of the way. Jonah says, let's hope my DCC works today. Yeah, hopefully. I have considered that in the future I could turn my layout into DCC. Only because I know that there's been, people asking, oh, why don't your trains make train noises and stuff? Because everybody's so used to DCC now that, they assume that everybody's train sets make noises. And so I'm kind of like, oh, I could, but it's a lot of work, and I personally don't feel like I need it, Maritime Historian says, Alex, I had my birthday party yesterday. Even though my birthday party's on February 9th, we still had it early. Told you this, but on February 9th, I'm going to be 12 years old. Well, congratulations. Happy birthday. I've discovered over the last couple months that I really do like working with wood models. Plastic models are traditional. Everybody starts off working with plastic. But wood models, I feel like it's more forgiving, You can do things with it that maybe plastic models, they just don't respond as well to different products and things like that. So I don't know, I kind of really like the wood models. So there's the other exterior wall. Going to pile that up there. Now I'll start cutting out these interior walls. Maritime Historian says, I got a trumpet, a mini ship telegraph, and a Titanic model. Oh, wow, that's really awesome. Yeah, those are some good gifts. Carter is asking again if I missed the Strasbourg. I've never been there. I can't miss it if I've never been there. Build Warship says, happy birthday, young Maritime Historian. Okay, that was for them. Ozzy says, how is your weather today? A little bit rainy, very much cloudy. I went on a walk today while it was still somewhat dry outside. Not completely dry. I mean, it was kind of sprinkling, but we avoided the worst of the weather, which is It's mostly just a bit windy and a bit damp outside right now. Okay. Okay, I gotta be extra careful with this one. This part feels like it's pretty fragile. Pile that there. Doc says, Alex, are there any model railroad superstitions or good luck things you do, like words or numbers people always add to trains or tracks? I don't know of any. There's certainly not anything I do. No. Yeah, no, I can't think of anything. There's not really any superstitions or anything that I can recall, nor anything that I personally do. Ozzy says, it's warm here in Fort Mojave, Arizona. I bet. Yeah, I agree, Maritime Historian. But I'm going to try to avoid the ghost subject today. I feel like every time I do a live stream, we always get on the subject about Queen Mary and ghosts. And I feel like there's some people that tune in and they're like, hey, and they're like, oh, man, we're talking about ghosts again, you know? So I don't want to do that. Ice Monster. I think I have heard of Stormworks, but I'm not a video game person, to be totally honest. The only reason why I've even gotten into certain things like Titanic Honor and Glory or Railroads Online is just they offer something very, very specific that I am personally looking for, which is, I don't know, just a... Oh, wow, this is really goopy. That's going to be sticky. Yeah, I'm not much of a video game person. Foot by 9-inch Titanic model. Wow. Hey Nick, how's it going? Lakota says, have you thought of using foam core boards as your building material? I have indeed, but I actually really like working with wood because I don't have to work hard to make it look like wood. You know what I mean? Like, if you notice, like, all the stuff on my layout, everything is designed to look as though it's made of wood because it takes place in the 1890s, and it's just a tiny little, whistle stop in the middle of the forest. out, way out in the middle of the forest. And so they would have built everything out of wood very haphazardly. It wouldn't have been like a metropolitan city where they would have like taken real care and detail into the buildings. It would have just been slapdash. And so because everything is made of wood, it's actually easier to build with wood because you don't have to work hard to make it look like wood. That's why I don't work with plastic on my layout, as much as I can try to avoid it. Simply because you have to work hard to make it look like the material you're trying to replicate. So yeah. Okay, and that one's done. Let me cut out the exterior back panels. I'm getting kind of nervous about this X-Acto knife because I'm pressing down hard to cut the little wood spurs, and the blade is bending, and I'm like, if this thing snaps and goes in my eye, I am done for. So I've got goggles here. I mean, it's kind of, it's better to look silly than, to have an accident. So safety is the number one priority. All right. Let's answer some questions here. Daniel says, hey, Alex, what's your favorite type of caboose? Me, personally, I like the wooden off-center cabooses. Yeah, I would say exactly the same thing. I like the wooden cabooses that have the cupola that is off-center, usually, yeah. This one is most certainly off-center, wooden caboose, but the cupola is all the way at the very back, which isn't my preferred style, but it still looks nice. I like it. Miles says, I like the gauge you're building in. My dad recently gave me back my coffee table Z-scale train set that needs to be restored. I had it back in the 80s. Oh, nice. Top Impressive Line says, Alex, when is the white sections of the layout going to be painted? Because people are going to ask if it's snow again. I know. There's still more plaster work that has to be done to the mountain. And so I was going to get help from my dad to do some of that. Because otherwise, the backside of the mountain is not yet finished. Not all the rock work has been applied to the backside of the mountain. And so it's actually really helpful to have a second person there to mix the plaster while I'm applying the rock work and stuff. So I guess it's dependent on when he has time, and and then once the backside of the mountain is finished, then I can start painting the whole thing. But yeah, I have thought a lot about when I'm going to be able to do that, because I do want to get it painted. Wow, this one does not want to... There we go. one's cut out. That one's attached there. Okay. Alright, that piece is cut out. I need to do some filing because some of this stuff is little spurs everywhere. Maritime Historian says, Alex, I added some pictures to my photos of... Wait, pictures to my photos on my phone of the Queen Mary, and a lot of them are from the 2000s. I like looking at older photos of the Queen Mary. It's interesting. Yeah. Doc says, if you have time, it's nice when you tell us stories while you work. You're so interesting. LOL. I know that probably sounds weird to think of oneself. I don't know. For me, the stories flow when topics come up and stuff like that. Maritime Historian says, what happened to Armis Aquitania? It was scrapped in the year 1950. It was actually the very last four-funneled ocean liner to exist. Stefan says, what's your plan today? My plan today is to continue working on this Caboose model kit. Try to get as much of it assembled as I can. My age, I am 30 years old, going on 31 pretty soon. So... Starkiller says, I love the videos, mate. Do you care for Welsh railways or the railways of the UK at all? Some of them. I'm very interested in the narrow gauge railways of the UK. Particularly of, like, scenic ones, you know? I can't think of any specific ones. I mean, I know of one that's... It's not as scenic as others, but it's right outside of Bristol, and it's a little narrow. I want to say it's narrow gauge. Yeah, things like that, and particularly the locomotives that I prefer of the UK kind are the ones where you can see the running gear on the outside of the locomotive. I've always been interested in the running gear of locomotives, so if I can see it moving, I tend to like those engines a lot more. I don't know nearly as much about the railroads of the UK as I do the United States. Put that underneath. Chris says, on my old layout, there were 5 to 6 structures made of wood, 3 wood farm homes, and 2 large wood barns. Interesting. Young Ship Maritime Historian. Yep, I know that one. Miles High says, one of the best parts of model railroading to me is building the structures. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people ask me, like, what my favorite part of model railroading is. It's really just running the trains, the train operations. People ask, you know, do I enjoy building the models, the structures, all that stuff? Not really. I do it because, you know, I have a very specific idea in mind on what I want on my train layout, and I know that it's like the old saying, if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. And so in order to get the look I want, a lot of times I just have to do it all myself. And so that's, you know, but otherwise I don't actually like the construction of everything. I'd rather just run it. But yeah. Starkiller says, thanks for answering my question. You're welcome. Hello, Pacific. Chris says, my old layout was based on the Santa Fe subdivision that ran through my hometown of Marceline, Missouri. Yeah, I know. You've mentioned it a few times. That's pretty cool. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this one needs to be done. And this one. Maritime Historian says, Alex, did you know that the way passengers got to the Queen Elizabeth is by a train called the Cunarder? Cunard owns the train. Yes, I did, in fact. Cunarder ran from just outside of London. I forget what city, but just outside of London, all the way down to Southampton, and dropped them off right at the Southampton docks. It's a very large locomotive, beautiful train. From what I hear, it was a very nice train service. Pretty neat. One day I'll make a video about the Cunarder. Okay. That one. And this one. Okay. That's good. Now I gotta continue cutting out other stuff. So, put those there. Oh, this needs to be cut out. There we go. Pacific says, I should maybe model the station at Southampton docks and get a Southern Railway bullied Pacific to run it, since I'm sure they ran that service. Yeah. Daniel says, hey Alex, what happened to your Forney video? So I was working on it, and it just took a lot of time. So I was not able to get it done by Friday. I was not even able to get it done by Saturday. I've probably got, I'm more than halfway done making it, but it's taking a long time because the photos, I have to find photos, find footage, and then some of that photos and footage are in really horrible condition. They are not presentable in 4K. So I have to convert them to 4K. I have a software that does that. That software takes time. So yeah, it's just taken a lot of time. So I think I'm going to shoot for Tuesday because I'll have to work on it tomorrow, and then I'll probably have it done just in time for Tuesday. The sad thing is the members of my channel won't get to see it early. I try to get videos done early so they can see the stuff before it goes public. But, by the time I get done with videos, it's already the day of that it needs to be public. So yeah, and I have to work on another video after that. Like, I try to make it so weekends are my days off, because if I don't do that, I'll work every single day without stopping. And so the sad part is like even when I publish the video on Tuesday, I have to hurry up because I got to get something out for Friday. So it's like never ending. Mike says, is the green the inside of your caboose? Yes. The green is for the inside. Okay, these pop out. So right now what I'm cutting out is the middle layer of the wall, because it's a 3-layer wall on all sides of the caboose. I'm not going to bother to sand down the spurs on the inner wall because they won't be seen. So, and they're not really that prominent anyway because it's a much thinner wood, so no one's going to see it. Okay, that's good. Set that aside. Got to cut out the other one. Okay. Well, that's easy. I just fling the little pieces off. I'll just sweep the kitchen when I'm done. Come on. Oh, now this one doesn't want to work. There we go. There we go. Alright, now that one's cut out. I'm going to attempt to start piecing some of these walls together right now, because I want to see something assembled. Chris says, I used 3 to 6 D cell batteries as nuclear waste containers, although heavily modified to look the same as the real thing. Wow. You're not worried of the batteries decomposing? Because when they get old and they start decomposing, they start opening up and, like, the acid starts coming out. Miles High says, young ship maritime historian. Top Impressive Line says, Alex, do you think you could do a video on Arma's Aquitania, or you don't have a video on it already? My only critique on the Aquitania is viewing her from the stern at her boxy aft superstructure. One day I will have videos on the Aquitania. Just keep in mind, I know nothing about Aquitania right now. There's very little that I know. So everything I say about it will have to be researched from scratch. So it will take months before I can get any videos on Aquitania out. Even right now, I'm currently in the research process of Mauritania, and the first video I plan to make about Mauritania is a little piece of her history, because there's no way I could tell the whole history of the Aquitania, or any of the ships besides Queen Mary, because these things, I'm so new to ocean liners, I have to learn piece by piece, you know. So a lot of these other YouTube channels, they're able to make these videos where they can talk about the whole history of a ship, and a lot of times they have a head start because they already know the ship very well, and it doesn't take much for them to kind of piece it together. Excuse me, my nose is like... I want to sneeze, but it's not gonna happen. Okay, let's start piecing this together. Daniel says, I'm doing a passion project for high school about steam transportation, about steam locomotives and ocean liners. It's okay to use info from your videos. Don't worry, I'll give you credit. You don't have to. I mean, it's not like I discovered any of that information. It's out there in public, so you don't have to credit me at all. That's just public information about ocean liners and stuff. The only time I would hope to get credit for something is if someone is using footage that I personally shot for something. That's really the only time I would want credit for anything. But yeah, I mean, other than that, other than that, yeah, the knowledge itself is public information. Sometimes, though, I have run into people, like, if I talk about a ship or a train or something, and I talk about it and I learn stuff about it, then I get some people from various other channels or whatever, and they're like, you took my information. And I'm like, I've never met you before. I have no idea who you are. I'm like, I just Googled the information. Took me months to learn all this stuff. I've never seen your videos, never seen your articles. I'm like, I didn't steal anything from you. Just because you've mentioned history or information before doesn't mean you're the only person that did. And so it's just funny that way. Some people are so possessive. I have met so many YouTubers who were so possessive about historic information. And I'm like, why? It's out there, Like, I will never understand people who are like that. Okay, so let's see. Interior sidewall A1 to window wall B1. A1. Okay. Oh, right. It'll have to be this side. This will be the... Oh, that's not the interior wall. That's the exterior wall. What am I thinking? Okay. Flip that this way. And that'll be flipped this way. Okay. Leave that open. Mike says, nice. Looks like an antique green, too. Yeah, I was really inspired by the green that's inside the Disneyland Railroad Caboose. And it is an authentic coloration and everything. Walt Disney was a stickler for details when it came to his railroad. So yeah, I chose that color to replicate because I really like the green interiors of the Disneyland Railroad Caboose. And the exterior is, it's a reddish brown, almost like a rusty red brown color, and it matches all the other freight cars on my layout. Okay, so I'm gonna pre-fit this to make sure I know what I'm doing. I think that should be on that side, and then if I fit it like that, I need like a white piece of paper or something. I guess I'll use the back side of this. I feel like a white paper underneath will help me to see it better. Move all these over here. Stay. Whatever. Hopefully I don't glue it to this thing. Okay. So, it has to be lined up. I wonder if the sticky part will be very forgiving if I make a mistake or something. Oh, I am so glad that I painted some of the parts of that interior because... So I'm supposed to line that up there. Line that up there. I might need to go back over it and paint it again later on. Because it doesn't fully... Yeah, I'll paint it later on. I saved the paint color. Alright, this is going to make me really nervous, but I think I understand how it goes together. And it says I have to line it up, lining up the top edge and door hole. Yeah, okay. So, that's there. Now I peel off this layer, because there's a sticky on the back side. Oh no, 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 no. The glue wants to come off. There we go. I think I saved it. I hope that that glue holds. Doesn't look very strong. Okay. Let's see if I ruined it. No, it looks good. Could have been better, but no, it's fine. Some of that sticky stuff has made it to the front side. I don't know how, but it did. I'll have to remove that later. Okay. Pacific says, do you ever plan on creating other model railways in the future or just the Tumble Rock Canyon? You know, I don't see it happening anytime soon. I never like to say never. But the thing is like, it's not whether or not I want to. It's more like whether or not I have the space. I live in a small studio apartment right now, and my layout takes up a huge amount of space in this apartment. So there is no way I could fit another layout in here. Who knows, maybe in the future if I have a big house or something, you know, or a large shed or something like that in the backyard, and maybe I could build a different layout and or add on to this one by extending it or something. I don't know, but I was very, very selective several years back when I decided to build an On30 scale layout, because I realized that this may possibly be the last scale or layout I ever build. So I was very careful as to how much I wanted to invest myself into it. And I finally decided to jump all in. Because I used to do other scales. I used to have a HO scale. I used to do N scale. I had 2 different N scale layouts. One of them was fully completed. But I got rid of that. I gave it to my friend. But yeah. So I won't say never, but I'm certainly not going to be within any time in the future that I can predict. Okay. Glue. Stick assembly exterior wall C1. Lining up the top edge. But wait, both of those are... I'm not done. Because even though there is one piece of each, they are both labeled the same. So that's that one. Maybe I should actually just assemble this now. Okay. So I gotta peel off the sticky layer. Hopefully the glue will stay stuck to the wood. Stay. The glue wants to come off with the paper. And I don't want it to do that because I need it to stay stuck to the wood. There we go. Okay. So, exterior, interior. Okay. Now to do the other wall. I want to film me doing this, but the problem is that I need to like hover over it to align it just right, so no one's gonna see it anyway, even if I film it. Let's see. Miles High says transfer caboose. It looks like nice interior color. I know some of the CNR cabooses had a lighter green interior too. Chris says the other model tank was made from plastic, also full interior as the Panther tank. All of my tank models were skill level 4 and 5. Jeez. The 2 were made out of metal, were quite heavy. That made them very realistic in that part. Daniel says, hey Alex, aren't you worried about your engines having nylon gears which crack over time? I don't know. Because I have some locomotives that are, 20 some odd years old, and they have nylon gears and they work just fine, so they haven't shown any signs of cracking or whatever. They haven't shown any... They have a little bit of wear, but only the tiniest little bit. I'm very much a believer that if you just take it easy, your stuff will last longer. It'll last the maximum amount of time possible. If you have metal gears, yeah, they'll last a long time as long as you keep them oiled and stuff like that. But I know some people that never did, and then the gears wore down and stuff like that. I was talking just on the last live stream that I was doing the train stuff, that some guy was at a model train show, and he was having the train run around and around, and he had metal gears. The gears completely wore down completely by the end of the weekend. And I was like, geez. So it seems like even if you have metal ones, it's just you're gonna have problems if you just gotta take it easy with your model trains. Chris says, "Hey Alex, what is the skill level of your caboose that you are building?" It doesn't say anywhere. I've looked at it. I've looked all through the paperwork, everything. It doesn't say what skill level. It's definitely a much higher skill level than I'm ever used to working with. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead and peel this. See that the adhesive wants to come off with the paper. It's a very tacky glue. It almost looks like flypaper glue. But, ooh, yeah, it doesn't want to stay put. Oh no, come on. Stay sticky stuck. Okay. There we are. That part needs to go back. There we go. And then... Thank you, Chris. Oh wow, Miles, that's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm just trying to line up everything. Oh no, come on. There we go. And up with that. And that with that. Alright. Interior wall is stuck down. Let's do the interior wall. Alright, there we go. It's one of those things where, remember I said I don't have a lot of patience. But I know that if I get this wrong, I won't have a chance to fix it. So, so I know I have to be patient. Because it's not just lining up the walls, but you probably can't see it very well, even if I tried to show it to you. But the interior walls, both the middle and the fully, like all the way on the interior wall, they have these grooves that are cut out because later on there'll be these roof joists that will go across the car, and they have to fit in there. And so so if you do not line up the middle layer with the interior layer just right, those grooves will not be in the right places. So it has to be perfect. All right. Let's see. Exterior. Interior. The bottom is the exterior wall has a extra on the bottom and that'll probably have something to do with the floor of the caboose later on. So those are done. Now I gotta do the back of the caboose. So, all right. Glue cupola window panel B2 to inside of cupola side with the larger hole towards the long end of the car. And against the interior wall. Letterboard D1. What is D1? D1. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I know what that is. That comes later. All right. So, glue cupola window panel B2 to inside of cupola side. Okay. B2. What's B2? B2 is... Ah, there we go. B2 is these. Okay. Those have to be cut out. Transit Biker says, do these have coal, oil, wood stoves, or steam heat? This caboose will have a wood stove. So, and I have the wood stove in the box. It needs to be assembled. It's all in pieces. But yeah, it'll have a wood stove. Which is pretty cool because, you know, a lot of the train cars I have, they don't have interiors. Or the interiors are really, really simplified. But this caboose has full interiors. It has, you know, all the fittings and furniture, and it has all the stuff in it. So it's going to be really cool. Okay. So I see what it means now by the bigger side. Okay. Now, there's got to be... Let's read the instructions again. It's always good to read the instructions multiple times if you don't understand. Glue cupola window panel B2. This is B2. Oh, stop. To inside of cupola side. Side of cupola side. With the larger hole towards the long end of the car. But the way they glued it does not look like they glued... Well, let's pre-fit it. Let's just see. Okay, so they have that picture showing the interior face up. The larger hole goes there. And then... But I thought... But I thought there's a... Oh. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Ugh. I can already see some of these parts will need to be painted differently, because I had an idea of how the paint was going to work, but I was wrong. And that, so like I painted what I thought was going to be the exterior. I painted that red, but that part that's the exterior needs to be the interior. This is just for the cupola, but that needs to be glued down. Now there's no tacky stuff to glue it, so I will need to use one of my own glues. And as crazy as this may sound, I think the best glue I have for gluing this down is actually my glue stick. So, let's see. It's a craft glue stick. It's extra strength, so it'll hold. I have super glue, which I would use for other parts of the caboose, but it's not necessary. Okay. TT says, "Hi Alex, what do you think of the Armis Queen Elizabeth design, and will you make more videos about Armis Queen Elizabeth?" Yes, I will be making a lot more videos about Armis Queen Elizabeth in the future. It may be a while before I make a whole history video on it, but there will be bits and pieces chopped up, you know, very specific focuses on parts of the Queen Elizabeth over time. And the reason why is because, you see, the Queen Mary, there is a lot of photos and videos of the Queen Mary, but there is a very limited amount of photos and videos of the Queen Elizabeth. So it takes more time and effort to get images of the Queen Elizabeth. As for what I think about Queen Elizabeth's design, I think it's amazing. It's a pretty cool looking ship. It's I still prefer the Queen Mary, but yeah, Queen Elizabeth is a very beautiful ship. Wow, we've already been on here for more than an hour. Doesn't feel like that. Okay, I'm going to try to not let too much glue hit the sides, because I don't want it to build up and then there'd be like big gobs of glue everywhere. Cool. And then those will dry pretty clear. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that one's done. Let's do the other one. Transit Biker says, very cool. Hope the wood stove has a LED there for simulated fire. That is a very cool idea, but I don't think so. I'm not even sure I'm going to light the caboose. I did buy the supplies to light it if I wanted to light it, but the thing is that to light the caboose, I have to use passenger wheel trucks, which look very different from freight wheel trucks. Now, this caboose, originally, when it was constructed, was designed for passenger wheel trucks. So it's not like it wouldn't look right. But I personally don't like the way passenger wheel trucks will look on this caboose. I prefer the freight wheel trucks. And the freight wheel trucks do not have the capability of electrical connection to the track. So I've been very divided on it, I still haven't fully decided if I want to make it so the caboose is lit electrically. So but yeah, it would be a cool idea to put a LED in the stove. I'm not sure how well people will even be able to see the stove anyway. I mean, it'll be in there, but the windows. Well, I suppose I might not even put. It depends. I might or might not put clear plastic for the windows. The reason why I haven't decided either is because after seeing how I did the windows for the engine house, the windows ended up looking foggy. And it's not terrible, but it's not what I expected. So I don't know. Make sure there's plenty of glue on that. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's not. Oh, no, that was right. Alright, well, it just looks weird, but that's okay. Alright, that's glued. Now, next part, pretty sure will be the back end. Alright. Next, stick on the letterboard D1. Okay. Did I paint D1? That's what I'm curious about. Alright, let's see. D1. I don't think I did. So it will need to be painted. Let me take some more tea. I thought I did. I thought I painted. Nope, here it is. I didn't paint it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and that's tacky too. Okay. So that will need to be painted right now before I can even... The paint will dry quickly, so it should be fine. I feel like it... I'm surprised it hasn't had me put together the walls of the back and front of the caboose yet. It's interesting. Alright, Stefan, no, I've never seen that. Where's my paint? Hopefully it's still liquidy. Yeah. Nice. I was afraid that the paint would have dried, but it hasn't. Yeah. Ryan says, "Hi Alex, you look different, but I can't pinpoint why. Haircut? No haircut's different than usual. It's probably what Stefan said. It's the goggles." Yeah, I've been cutting stuff out, and I'm so worried about cutting something out, and then the blade of the X-Acto knife goes into my eye. I know some people would be like, "Alex, the likeliness of that is like," but you know, I have really bad luck. Stuff like that would happen to me. I'd be that guy who's on the news. They're like, "Oh, somebody was building a model today, snapped the X-Acto knife, and it went right into their eye." You know, like I'd be that guy, honestly. They'd be like, "News at 7. Local idiot, Alex the historian, hurts his eye." So, there we go. Hello, Sniper Goofy. Stefan says, "Breaking news, model train killed YouTuber." Yeah, exactly. There we go. Alright, so that is done. I'll just give that a minute or two to dry, because this paint dries really quickly, which I'm actually happy about, because like I said, I don't have much patience. So a paint that I can work with that is as fast as me makes me happy. Maybe I can skip ahead a little bit and see if I need to paint anything else. Glue the exterior window sills, E1, to the bottom of the window holes. Okay. E... Ah, 1. Those will need to be painted too. I can't help but wonder if they could be painted after they're glued in place. Because I have a feeling like the the paint, will have a major effect on whether those windowsills will fit. And there's stuff that needs to be painted again anyway. I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll glue them first, then paint them after. Meanwhile, let me get my camera set up for time-lapse, because I feel like I want to make a video about this, but the only way anybody will see it on video is with what you guys are seeing on that camera. Which I could pull it from YouTube and use it as a time-lapse. But it wouldn't be the best quality. Okay, so... C&O says, have you seen the On30 2662? I have one, and it looks amazing. I have seen it. It's pretty cool looking. I've always been more a fan of the smaller locomotives, but when it comes to a narrow gauge 2662, pretty neat. Pretty neat. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my other camera so I can set up a little time lapse while I work on this. Yeah. I'm going to use the little tripod that I normally... It's for my big camera that's you guys are watching through my big camera. But I'm like, why not? I have this thing here. I can do it. Alright, so... Let's see. Otherwise, I was going to use another tripod I have, which is much cheaper. But the thing is that the cheaper tripod... I can't adjust the angle of the camera on that one. This one I can. Okay. Wow. It's taking a while. Is that even... Yeah, it is. It's screwing in. Okay. Threading is just crazy. Okay, I'm gonna call that good. Alright, so... Turn the camera on. Hello. Oh, no SD card. Let me go get that. My hip. Ah, there we go. Face up. Alright, now I'll turn it on. Aha. I had a feeling that that would be a problem. Oops. Oh, come on. I did this before. Oh. Why is that loose now? Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot. I know why it was Oh my god, I'm such a boomer sometimes. Okay. Oh, please tell me that. Okay, that controls the rotation, but... Oh, here we go. This controls moving it forward or back. Jeez. Honestly, I put my own generation to shame. Alright, let's see. Is that lined up? Not really. Okay. That's better. Alright, now to set it to time-lapse. Okay. See you later, Daniel. Okay. Now it's running. And we'll cut out these parts. If I can find... These have a spur somewhere. Guess I'll just run the knife along the edge and just see if it pops out. Who's back? Let's see if this pops out. Oh, it didn't cut all the way through the adhesive, that's why. Okay, well the adhesive will have to be cut. You didn't miss much of anything, Mike. I'm just, the next step is to glue down what's called the letter board, which is exactly as it sounds. It's a board that goes along the top edge of the caboose that holds the lettering of the railroad and stuff like that. And that has to be cut out. I found out that the backside of the letter board, the adhesive tape part was not fully cut out, so the only way I can get this thing removed is to cut the adhesive tape on the other side. Which is fine. It's coming out just fine. There we go. So there's the first one. And then the second one. Let's do that. Okay. There we go. Now, these letter boards, we peel off the adhesive. Let me just make sure it goes on the outside. Yes, it does. Okay. Because knowing my luck, I'd install it and then it doesn't go there, so... Alright. That is glued down. Could probably go a bit further that way. Alright. That's glued down. Now the other one. I'm just glad to finally have some of this stuff assembled, you know? Top and present line says, Alex, how many cars are on the locomotive? The one that's being pulled right now should be 6 cars. It would be 2 box cars, 1 cattle car, and 1 caboose. Unless, of course, sometime while I was doing this, some of the cars uncoupled and derailed, but it should be that way. Okay. Now that one is glued. Nice. Let's check the next one. The window sills. E1 to the bottom of the window holes. Stick on the window trims. Oh, that's the next one. E1. Yeah, E1. Alright, so open this. Well, that's confusing. Am I missing a sheet? No, I can't be missing a sheet. Oh, here's more sheets. K4RNA, thank you so much for the donation. Thanks for the live stream. This is for the K4RNA trees by the telegraph station. Thank you. Where is it? Okay. This one will have to be opened. Yeah, this is E. Okay. This piece already came off the thing. Let me put this down. Drink some more tea. Top impressive line says, Alex, have you ever timed how long it takes for the train to do a complete loop around the track? No, because it really depends on what speed I have the train going. I usually have the trains running between speed 30 and speed 40. I try not to exceed speed 40 if I can. But I never bothered to time it. Alright, so... D1, right? No, E1. E1. It's 8, 9. I'm probably miscounted. Okay. So each of these will need to be glued to the bottoms, and then I'll paint those later. So let's see here. I need my tweezers. The window sills are so small that I actually can't grip them with my fingers or else I can't see them. Stefan says, go to speed 100, let's go. No, absolutely not. Definitely not. Okay, let's see. Jeez. It's even small for the tweezers. Okay. Well, the good news is that fits in so perfectly that it actually looks really good. Okay, so what glue will I use? I think more of this stuff, honestly. I think that'll work the best. I might want my other tweezers. Whoa! That was my X-Acto knife. Okay. There's the top. Now to grab the blade without killing myself. I'm going to move it over here. What in the world? I am all over the place today. Jeez. Okay. Let's get the blade. Alright, I want to get my other tweezers because they have smaller... Yeah. I thought I had a pair with blue handles. Guess not. Oh well, these have the fine tip though, so they'll work. Hello, Chase Railway Lines. Pookie Smoochie's here. Hello, Pookie. Alright, so... Alright, nice. That went in pretty quickly. Oh, thank you, Pookie. That's so nice of you. Chase Railway Line says, I'm new here. I like custom train cars. Nice. Well, welcome aboard. I'm currently building a model kit for a Caboose. I'm doing it a little bit backwards. Some of the parts should have been pre-painted, but in this specific case, I feel like I need to install them first, and then after I paint them, it'll work out nicely. HMS King George V says, what class of Forney locomotive is your model based on? It is a Baldwin 244T. Oh, come on. Glue. Wow, this one does not want... The first one went in and it sat just right. It didn't give me any trouble. This one is... Okay, there we go. Hopefully that'll glue down soon and I can fix it. Alright. Yeah, it's a Baldwin 244T. Nice. Okay. Next one. You're welcome, King George V. Alright. Try to get as much of that glue on there as possible. I'm actually, like, pretty surprised how smoothly this model's going together. Then again, it may not be my skill. It might be actually the way that... how well this is designed by the model designer. Chase Railway Lines says, model kits are fine because you can build them kind of how you want. What kit are you building? I am building a kit by... What's it called? Geez, I don't remember what the name of the... Oh, Blue Mountain Model Company. By Blue Mountain Model Company. It is for a caboose of the Sandy River and Rangeley Lakes Railroad. That's a main narrow gauge railroad. And it is caboose number 556. Yeah, of the Sandy River and Rangeley Lakes Railroad. Okay, so all those went on. Now to switch to these. Pookie says, your channel's such an escape for me, Alex. If only you knew. You keep me going. You help me make it through this difficult time in my life. Well, thank you so much. Well, I'm glad that it can provide something like that for you and for others as well. I know a lot of people are going through some difficult stuff right now, and so sometimes it's nice just to have a channel where you can just hang out. Kind of like Cheers, you know, a place where everybody knows your name. Although none of us are drunk, I hope. Dino says, sorry, I joined late. That's alright, Dino. Pookie, I am working on a model of a caboose, which will go on the layout when it's completed. It is a model of the Sandy River and Rangeley Lakes caboose number 556. So it is part of the main narrow gauge lines. There we go. And the scary part is that it's going very smoothly. Usually when I build stuff, it does not go this smoothly. So I'm kind of like, oh boy, what's about to happen? Okay. But it's kind of cool because I always wondered, I was like, what if I built a very custom car for my layout? Like, you know, the interiors and everything were built out. Because I've never been that detailed with a model train layout before. Because, I mean, frankly, I've always worked with scales that were much smaller than this. So it wasn't that easy. But here's a caboose with, you know, if I build it, it'll have a fully built interior and it'll look really great. So we'll see how it turns out. Tina says, looks like you have made a lot of progress. Where is it? On your caboose. Yeah. So it's probably hard to see, but that's the exterior. Can you even see that? Sorry. Exterior. I just applied the bottoms of the windowsills. And that's the interior. So all the bottoms of the windowsills are installed. Now it's going to have me install the sides of the windows. Stick on the window trims D2 to each side surface of the window holes between the sill and letterboard. What? To each side surface. Of the holes between the sill and letterboard. I see. I see. There's a picture of it here too. Apparently it goes underneath the windowsill as well, so there's gonna be a lot of them. And that is, what was that again? That was D2. D2. I see. I see. Okay. D2. Those are absolutely tiny. Oh my lord. Those are so tiny. How in the world am I going to do it? These are so tiny. Okay, that's 7. So these 3 here is D2. My lord. What? Come on. There is no way I can do that. What? These are like microscopic. Oh my lord. My patience has never been tested like this before. Let's see if I can pop them out. Because there's no way I can cut them out. If I use an X-Acto knife to cut them out of the board, they're going to slice into pieces. They're so tiny. They're like barely larger than a human hair, honestly. And they're windowsills. Like, not like the bottoms of the sills, but the upper sills. Oh, they have a paste on them. Yeah, but come on. That paste is not going to stick. I mean, come on. Yeah, the paste is stuck to the paper because they're so small. There's no way that they have any adhesion. So I might have to... Gosh, that is so small. How am I going to get that to stick? I'm trying to... Hold on, I gotta go back and read some of this. K4RNA says, wow, Alex, I just noticed the Quicksand Haunted Mansion stretch photo in the back. Yeah, I got one of those. It was part of a collection Disney was selling way back. And that doesn't even fit beneath the... it was... what am I trying to say? There were sets of, because the Haunted Mansion has 4 of them. And so I wanted all 4. Unfortunately, each one of those little miniature paintings was $35. Which actually, compared to a lot of Disney merchandise, is cheap. But I was only able to get one of them. And then soon after I bought it, they just stopped carrying the rest of them. So I don't have the other 4. Wow, that is so... I can't even believe I managed to glue that in place. Jeez. But it looks good. I mean, it's such a tiny little window frame. But it looks good. And when it's painted, it'll look even better. But, jeez. Let's see if I can fit this one in there. Oh yeah, that one fits better. That first one... Oh, I can hear the rain outside. I knew there was a rainstorm coming, but, you know, it didn't show up for a while, so I wasn't sure if it was even going to be here at all. This actually looks really cool. I wish that the camera could show you guys even better, but this looks really cool. It just takes a lot of patience. This will be... It flung off the tweezers. It just got snapped into oblivion. Ah, there it is. Oh, thank God. I'm sure there's an extra one on this board just in case someone loses it, but still. It'd be a horrible thing to lose. Okay. Oh, let's remove some of that. That gunk is in the way. All right. Three down, 100 million to go. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, Pookie Smoochie says, have you ever looked into the train Queen Victoria used? I believe they still have her main carriage preserved. It's interesting to see how she traveled in the 1800s. I have seen a documentary about the train carriage she used. It was pretty cool. But, yeah. So, yeah, I've seen a documentary about it, but I have not seen it in person. Dino says you need magnifying glasses. You know, I have a magnifying glass somewhere, but I can see just fine. The problem for me isn't seeing it. The problem is I don't have the minute dexterity I need for handling such small stuff. I have very shaky hands, so this is definitely a challenge. There we go. Push that into place. Oh no, now that one wants to pop out. Okay. Next one. This one doesn't want to fit. There we go. Jeez. Well, it's working. Oh no, I snapped that one. It is broken. But does it look... No. I mean, you can't even tell it's broken. Alright. Well, if you can't tell it's broken, then it's not a problem. It'll just be our little secret, you guys. It'll be our little secret. A happy little accident. Kevin says, I can't do stuff like making models with tiny parts without blowing up. I know what you mean. I don't have the... I'm surprised I'm even getting this done. I don't usually have this amount of patience. Mike says, me either. I get mad and destroy everything. Yeah, I can totally understand. I'm really surprised. I mean, I've even gotten this far, to be totally honest. Because normally, the way I am, with parts this small that I'm working on right now, I would just be like, you know what? I'm not going to install them. I'm just going to keep working with the other stuff. I'm going to move on to the next step. But for some reason, I'm like, I'm determined to try to do this the way it should be done. So, I don't know. But it's getting done. Alright. Gmail account says, hi, I'm pretty short on space, and while I like trains like building terrain and dioramas more, should I buy into N scale or Z scale rather than HO? I would say that depends on what you plan to run. So what kind of trains do you plan to run? Are they modern? Are they diesel electric locomotives? What kind of cars? Are they passenger? Are they freight? Because all that can determine what's best for you. So if you can answer that, I can try to give you my best response. Dina says, have you set a proposed date to travel to the UK yet? No, because I still haven't fully saved up all the money. The money must be saved up first. These pieces are stuck together. Jeez. Gmail account says, I like the look of steam engines and plan to make a mix of passengers and freight cars. Okay. So, so if it's going to be like the steam era, I would suggest you could go either N scale or HO scale. And the reason why you wouldn't want to do Z with that particular setup is because you would be very limited on what kinds of Z scale steam engines you could buy, and you'd also be limited as to how well they work. Because when you get to really small scales like N or Z, the locomotives require rubber traction tires to provide the friction necessary to properly pull weight, because physics do not scale down. So if you want to pull, a decent sized train, and let's say you have a N scale 440 like I had, I still have them. I discovered that with my N scale 440s, they had traction tires, but a lot of times they just didn't work, because either they just couldn't pull long enough trains because the trains weighed more than the engines had the capability of pulling with the friction to the rails. But the other issue that you'll have to look at is also how small the steam engines will be, because when you go over unpowered switch tracks, you might find out that that the train will just stop running because the wheelbase is so small, and your tracks, they get dirty. And I used to have a problem where I would clean the tracks all the time, all the time, all the time. And the trains, I could only get them to run around maybe once around the loop. And then the track would become so dirty with oxidation from running it that they could no longer pick up power from the rails. And so that frustrated me to no end. I tried for years to figure out solutions for it. And in the end, I gave up on N-scale steam. I gave up on N-scale steam because it was just too small. It couldn't pull enough weight. The wheelbase wasn't long enough to get enough power from the rails when you go over dirty areas of track or areas of track that aren't properly powered and things like that. Switches, the locomotives always stopped on switches, always. You will have better luck with large locomotives in HO scale. But if you plan to have an HO scale 440, expect the same exact issues I just described with N scale. So I'd say the only type of steam that works well in N scale that I've found for myself are like large steam locomotives, like, you know, things like, you know, the Challenger or the Big Boy. Those have a nice long wheelbase. They get good traction. They're heavy, so they can pull, you know, a good amount of weight. But yeah, I personally really like small steam, especially narrow gauge. And so because of that, I gave up on N scale entirely, and I switched to On30, which is what's running right now. On30 is big enough and heavy enough that my locomotives don't need traction tires for pulling weight. And that was exactly what I was looking for. Their own weight is enough to provide the pulling power. Okay. This side of the train, car, is done. Now to work on the rest. So yeah, I would just say the safest bet when it comes to steam is HO. That's the safest bet. But then again, HO is, you know, it depends on how much space you have. Alright, so Matt says, how long did your last model take to make? Depends on what you mean. Which model? Like my model layout? Or like a model building? Because I just finished doing the engine house for this layout, and the engine house, I worked on it on and off for several weeks, so I can't claim that I did it all at once, but it did take about maybe 3 weeks on and off. There we go. That's in. Chris says my tank models that are in 1/130th scale had a lot of small parts. Yeah, that's believable. Matt says a single building. Yeah, then that was my engine house, which I worked on and off for a couple weeks, and but I don't know collectively how long it took me. It's still technically not finished. because there's a lot of steps. Like, I want to add lighting, I want to add interiors, and who knows, like some of these steps, I'll keep working on them long into the future. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, how far along do you call it done? You know what I mean? So that's kind of what it's like working on these models. I'm never actually done. I'm always adding stuff or changing stuff. But again, it wasn't a full 3 weeks. It was like I would work on it and then come back like 4 days later and do something else, or like at one point I didn't work on it for a full week. So it's not like I was like dedicated and sitting there every day working on it. I don't have time to work on models every day. In fact, the last time I worked on any kind of model was finishing the engine house, and that was last weekend. So yeah, it's been a whole week since I've been able to work on any of these. So yeah, that's why I can't give you a accurate timeline. Okay. I'm almost done. I just have 2.5 windows to finish with these window sills. Then I can work on the next step. Two windows. Tico says, although I live in America, I want to make a British-style layout, but it's hard buying 00 gauge models for a decent price, especially since I'm young and I don't have that much money. Yeah, that's true. In fact, it's kind of funny. The Forney engine that's running on the layout right now, I bought that from a British seller. So he was in some place in England. I forgot where. But yeah, he sold it to me all the way from England. Funny story, when it arrived, this little piece fell off. And I was like, what in the world is that? And I was like looking at it, and it was weird. It was hairy. I was like, what is this? It's like a little stick. Like, what in the world? I discovered it's the leg of like a wolf spider. It arrived with the leg of a wolf spider sticking off the end of it. I was so freaked. I have really bad arachnophobia. So as soon as I discovered it was a spider leg, I freaked out. I was washing my hands over and over and over and over again, and I could not get the creepy feeling I had out of my mind. I was washing my hands with the hottest tap water I had, by the way. I was just trying to get the image out of my head, and I felt like if I kept washing my hands, I would get the image out of my head of that spider leg that I was holding on to. Woo-hoo. Alrighty, well, we do have a problem, which is I am completely out of windowsills. And I still need one more. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19's an odd number. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So yeah, they gave me one more than I needed. So where did it go? Why are 2 missing? Did I drop it? I don't see any on the floor. Well, that is weird. I just need one more piece to finish this window, and then I can move on to the next step, and I don't have it. It's not here. Let's see. Gmail account says, thanks for the advice. Yeah, I'm not super train detail oriented. Would be spending most of my time focusing on the area around the train. And you're right, space wise, a 40-inch HO loop is impractical. Yeah, 40-inch. Yeah, I see. You would definitely need to do N scale. You could do Z scale, but I highly suggest though that if you're gonna do Z scale, try to stick to, diesel engines, because those are nice and heavy, and and you'll get better functionality out of them. When you get to N scale steam, your best bet would be to run really large N scale steam engines. Those will work much better than the small N scale steam engines. And then if you have issues in those small scales with electrical pickup, like I experienced, I actually have a better technique now on how to achieve better electrical connection. It's a product that I just bought. So this is a product called No Aux ID, quote, a special. I don't know why it's that name, but it's a grease. So you can see it's kind of shiny. It's a grease, and you just dab your finger very lightly on it, and then you rub your fingers on the rails. That will prevent your rails from oxidizing as the trains roll over them, because when the locomotives roll over the track, they create little micro sparks, and those sparks leave little bits of soot in the track and create micro dents in the track, which, as it builds up and builds up over the course of running the trains, even in a single session, the tracks will become dirty, and your trains will have power pickup issues. I didn't know about that science when I had N scale, so I had given up on N scale because I didn't think it could pick up good electricity at all. Even my own diesel engines were not picking up good electricity. So if I had only known about this product back then, it would have worked really well. I haven't yet put it on this layout track yet because it is grease. And you only put a very tiny little film of grease on it. You don't want to overly grease the rails, or else the trains won't get traction. But yeah, so what was I trying to say? But yeah, this product will really help, and there's tutorials online on how to use the product, and you'll get much better power pickup with that. So yeah. Rachel Peep says, what happened to the rest of the spider? I don't know. I was really hoping it did not wander around in the house. Yeah, I was pretty freaked out. I didn't know what to do because I was afraid the rest of the spider was inside the locomotive. So I was very careful to remove the cab of the locomotive. I was wearing gloves and everything, trying to remove the cab of the locomotive so that way I could see if it was living inside the locomotive. Thankfully, I removed the cab, no spider inside. So I think either it crawled out and went living in my apartment somewhere, or it had already previously died before he sent the locomotive to me, and all that was left was a leg. I'm kind of going with that one in my head because, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Now I can move on to the next step. Matt says, I'm new to model railroads. What would be the cost of a nice set like yours or the ones you've mentioned? Of a train set? You can buy like train set boxes that have like the locomotive, like 3 or 4 cars, the track, the power pack. But depending on what scale, those can cost anywhere from $300 to $600 for a kit. And you don't get to necessarily select what cars you want if you buy that kit. It just comes with a certain amount of cars. But that's the most basic way of buying trains. What I would suggest is, depending on what scale you get, you could buy your own loop of track from a company called Kato. It's a Japanese company, Kato. They sell something called Unitrack. It's a quick snap-together track that you can even lay it down on carpet if you want. I wouldn't suggest carpet, but you could lay it down on a floor or something. It's called Kato Unitrack, and you buy a loop of it. You can buy a power pack. Sometimes they come with a power pack. And then you could separately go on eBay and buy the locomotives and cars you want in the scale that you bought the Unitrack for. Some people buy Bachmann Easy Track. It's just like the Unitrack, except the Unitrack, the Kato Unitrack, is a better quality than Bachmann. But if you are very, very short on money, then Bachmann is the cheapest Easy Track you can buy. Buy a loop of that, buy a Bachmann power pack. But you are, no matter what, looking at spending, even at the very least, $200. Even at the very, very least. So, yeah. Hello, Kenward's Model Railroad and Train Channel. You're welcome, Matt. Okay, let's see the next step. Glue on the interior window sills, E2. Stick on the interior window frames, D3. And the lower trim, D4, under the sills. Okay. Stick on the window trims, D2, to each... Oh, I did that. Glue on the interior window sills, E2. E2, which is these. Stick under the... D3. Oh, jeez. Alright, I said that's two different steps. So glue on the interior windowsills, E2. Okay. E2. Okay, I see. I gotta cut them out. There we go. Glue stick. So I just rub that against the glue stick. And we go ahead and glue them down. It's cool that there's even detail of putting the interior windowsills, you know. That way when people look in, it looks like a completed train car. That one. This one's giving me trouble. No back talk. There we go. Alright. The time lapse stopped. It started again. Kenward's Model Railroad and Railroad Channel says, my club, the Gilbert Model Railroad Club, is using NOAUX. The club is located in Gilbert, Arizona. Nice. Matt says, what inspired you to get into model railroads, Alex? It was my dad. Ever since I was a little kid, my dad had bought me model trains and stuff. And he was into model railroads, too. He was also into just building models in general. So he was in the process of building Navy ship models and things like that. And yeah, I guess I just really wanted to have a model railroad of my own one day. And I didn't actually ever get to build a model railroad until I was an adult. And and I had to acquire a bunch of skills real fast in order to get the things done that I needed done. But, after, long after I had developed a love of model railroads, I found out that my grandfather also loved model railroads, and he used to have one, and he gave me whatever was left of his model trains, which were all N scale. I was working with HO scale up until then, but my grandfather had N scale, and I actually really liked N scale because it was so small you could fit a lot more scenery and stuff in smaller spaces. But again, like I said, later on, as I got older, I started to realize the downsides of N scale, being that there just wasn't I had all these issues with the trains. But I still have all the N-scale stuff my grandfather gave me before he died. And one day I'll put them on display. I'm going to make a display case. Because I may not be able to run them anymore, but it'd be nice to be able to show it off. He had a really cool thing. It was it was a 1976 bicentennial train, American bicentennial train, and it was a locomotive, Mikado, and it came with 14 cars, 13 freight cars, box cars, that represented the 13 colonies in the United States, and then the caboose represented the country as a whole. So that was the 14th car. And I still have that, too. Very proud owner of that. And I want to display that someday. I had to install almost all new couplers and wheels to that train to get it running, because over the years, the couplers and wheels had all gotten sticky, and they would get stuck in certain positions. And it couldn't run on the track, so I had to replace all the wheels and couplers. But once that was done, it all worked just fine. And it's kind of funny because my dad he's built models over the years of various things, you know, but he's never like completed a model train layout of his own, which is his own dream. He wants a model train layout like I have, but he's never been able to do it. So the fact that I've been having him help me build mine, I think has helped to satisfy that itch, you know. So that's been pretty cool. Okay, next step. Chris says the track I had was very realistic looking with ties and ballast. Yep. Mine will have ballast as well once I get to that stage. Matt says, do you have any ship models? Yes, I have a model of the Titanic. It's sitting all the way over there on the other side of the apartment. I built that in 2012. It was a model kit from Minicraft. It was from Minicraft. And I built that kit. It's gotten very damaged over the years, so it does need to be fixed up, which I plan to do eventually, but my big focus has been on my model railroad, so but no other ship models. I want to eventually have models of the Queen Mary and stuff, but we'll see. I might need to buy from a person who 3D models it, but I've never been satisfied with the 3D models that people have been producing of it. They just aren't realistic enough for me. So, we'll see. Matt says, great to join your love chat. The live chat, I know. Looking forward to the next. See you later. See you later, Matt. You've been watching my live streams for a year now. Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoy them. Chris says, if I had a very long layout that I wanted to build, then I could have got my trains closer to the speed that the trains ran through my hometown of Marceline, longer than 12 feet by 9 feet. Yeah, that's true. I actually thought about, it would be really cool to have like a model of the Shinkansen, or even of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit. Some Rapido, the company Rapido is getting ready to sell that. I want one, but in order to see that run properly, you just need a larger layout than the one I have. So, okay. Stick on the interior window frames, D3. Which is these. Okay. And the lower trim under the sills, D4. D4. Those. Okay. Alright. Shouldn't be too hard. Once I'm done with the windows, I'm going to call it, like, once I'm done with the windows and the trims of the windows, I'm going to call that the end of the live stream. But what I will do is, before I end the live stream, I will paint what I just glued on, because what I glued on is not painted yet. So I'll paint those, and I'm going to do something interesting with the interior paint, because I'm going to use a darker green for the window trims, so that way it stands out. But yeah. All right. So these, they've got the the tacky surface, so these will be easy to stick on. All right, let's see if we can get that to pop out. go. And it's got the tacky surface. Wow, these window frames look really cool. Like I said, it's the most detailed model I've ever built, but it's looking great. Okay. Thankfully, the parts I'm attaching now, the interior window frames, they all have that sticky surface, so I can just tack them right on and then move on. Ah, no. All right. Dino says, "Are you traveling to the UK on the Queen Mary 2?" Yeah, that's the plan. You see, I will not go there by airplane. So I hate airplanes. I hate the experience. So I would rather go there on the Queen Mary 2. And plus, my channel is about ocean liners, so it makes sense that I go there on the Queen Mary 2. And that's the plan. And when we get to the UK, I'll be filming lots of historic places and stuff. And we're not just going to the UK either. We're also going to be going to Paris, so I can film stuff there and present more history to you guys on the channel after filming the things I need to film. So it's definitely a work trip for filming all this stuff. But yeah, I plan to film the entire experience aboard the Queen Mary 2. Not just the voyage there, but the voyage back as well. If there's bad weather, I'll film it. If there's, something interesting, I'll film it. I will film the like a walkthrough of the whole ship. I will film vlogs of eating at the restaurants or just the general stuff that happens aboard the ship. So yeah, all that will be filmed and stuff. Now, I haven't booked the trip yet, and the reason why is because I haven't saved all the money yet. My friend and I calculated that to take the Queen Mary 2 all the way to UK and back, plus the airplane fares. Of course, I'm paying for my own thing. He's going to pay for his own. He has the money for that. I'm going to pay for all my own stuff, and we're just going to combine our costs so we save money. Like, we're going to, I'm not going to have my own hotel room. We're going to share hotel rooms and stuff like that. We're not going to go to fancy restaurants when we get to the UK. Instead, we're going to eat some normal, UK fare and stuff like that. But we calculated that the whole trip, which will take more or less a month to do the whole thing, will cost about $8,000. So I've started saving up money, and then plus people have donated towards that because, they want to. There's people who want to show support for the channel, and and they're like, they're always asking me, oh, how can I support the channel? I want to give you money. I'm like, hey, I have a GoFundMe set up for the UK trip. So if anybody is just feeling like you want to, even if you just want to donate $4 for like, a cup of tea or coffee, you can do that on the GoFundMe towards my UK trip, and the link to that is in the description below. So if that's what you guys want to do, but otherwise, I think people have donated about $1,000 so far. I need 8,000 by the way, but they've donated about $1,000 so far, and I have matched that dollar for dollar of my own saved money. So, because I'm also saving up for it too. I don't plan everybody to give me all the funds for the entire trip. But yeah, I have matched it dollar for dollar for how much people have donated. But yeah, the idea though is the faster I can save up that $8,000 to do the trip, the faster I can book the trip and go. I'm hoping that by fall of this year, I will have the full amount of money saved up, and then I can book the trip for maybe spring or I'd hate to say summer, but spring of next year. Hopefully, we'll see. That's kind of the timeline I have in my head for this whole thing. So, but yeah, don't worry, Mike. Like, yeah, like nobody has to donate money towards it. It's only if you just felt like doing it. And by all means, we're going through like a recession right now and stuff. So don't worry about donating towards me. I'm like the lowest priority in your guys' lives. I will save up the money, and I'll go there. It just might take more time. That's all. So don't even worry about me. Because believe me, I know what it's like. Like I don't have that much money. I told my friend Chris, because Chris is the one that's going with me. I told him, I said, I'm gonna try to make this trip, the best it can be, because even though I'm going there to film a bunch of stuff, and that's the purpose of the trip, it's also gonna be fun, And so I told him, I was like, I don't earn that much money. I may never be able to do this again. So I'm gonna make the best of it, I haven't been on even I was telling him the other day, he says, Alex, when's the last time you've been on vacation? I said, I haven't been on a vacation since 2012. So it's been just a little bit over 10 years since the last time I've been on a vacation. I don't go on vacation very often. So I'd love to just get away But when I used to go on vacation a long time ago, I used to do road trips around the United States. So I've been to most of the places in the United States that I've wanted to go. The only place I haven't gone that I still really want to go is New Orleans. And I want to go there because of the history. I know a lot of people go there to drink and stuff. I don't drink like that. But I don't party either. I mean, look at me. I'm like the biggest nerd you've ever seen. But yeah, so I want to go to New Orleans to film the history and stuff like that, and come back and make more videos about New Orleans. But that New Orleans trip is a lower priority than my UK trip. So right now I'm just saving up for the UK trip. Sniper Goofy says, I don't like planes either. Yeah, I don't like planes. I mean, I'm not afraid of flying. I always tell people, I'm like, yeah, I get a little bit nervous flying, but I'm not afraid of flying. The thing I don't like about planes is the experience. Like, waiting in those long lines at TSA and then being stuffed into a, tiny metal tube that flies through the air. It's just like not comfortable. I can't stretch out. I'm a really big guy, so I barely fit in the seats to begin with. So I'm just, so when me and my friend were talking about going to the UK, I said, let's go on the Queen Mary 2. I was like, I do not want to. I mean, I'll have to take a plane to get from Portland to New York, and probably from London to Belfast, because we want to go to Belfast to see the Titanic Museum. So yeah, I may need to do that, but those are shorter trips, maximum 5 hours. To get to the UK is what, like a 12-hour trip? So I can't. I don't want to do that. It's probably a little bit cheaper. Actually, my friend and I calculated it because we would be sharing expenses on the Queen Mary 2. We calculated that it's only a little bit more expensive to go on the Queen Mary 2 for the two of us than it is to take airplane trips there. So it actually, that made me feel a little bit better because, spending all that money to go on a trip like that. But okay, so I installed the underside of the windowsills for the interior. Is there anything more to do with windowsills? Back to the exterior, stick on baggage door trims D5 to each side of the door hole. D5. Okay, let's see. D5. Oh, jeez. Those are, again, the little tiny... The tiny things. Okay. Stick those... Okay. Alright. Alright, let's do that. Chris says, that would be around over 1/4 of the Marceline subdivision real estate. Yeah, I see. Dino says, I think you would have some great content on the trip. We all should donate a little bit to Alex so we can enjoy the content. Only do it if you want to, you guys. Nobody needs to. I'm not going to say, oh, well, if you don't donate, I'm not going. You know, like, don't worry about it. I'll save up the money. But if you want to help me, that'll make it go way faster. I'll tell you that much. It'll make it go way faster. Hey, Daniel. Chris says, you're more likely to survive a ship sinking than an airplane crash. That's true, but one of my biggest fears also is drowning. So if the ship sinks, I'm going to freak out. Yeah. Okay, so... pull these out. Okay. I guess the tacky. Oh. I was like, why isn't it sticking down? Thankfully, a lot of these pieces here have a tacky edge that you can glue down. So, makes it easier. There we go. You know, another place I really want to go, but I'll probably never go just because of the difficulty of getting there, is India, actually. I know some people might be like, what? India? Why? But I've always liked Indian culture, and the food is amazing. And so, you know, I'd like to see India have, you know, like, you know, street food and stuff, and that'd be nice. Cool. That's glued down. Go to the other side. Alright, just one more of these things. Yeah, it's kind of like, I've been to different parts of the United States, and I've seen the United States. The United States is great, but now I want to explore somewhere outside the U.S. I've never left the U.S. I've never been to Mexico. I've never been to Canada. I've never been overseas, so I've never left the country. So it'd be nice to kind of visit somewhere else. Dino. Yeah, you know what's funny, Dino, is I thought, there is a part of me that's like, remember how I said that if I want to go aboard the Queen Mary 2 to get to the UK, I might have to travel in an airplane to get to New York. Well, actually, part of me has seriously considered taking Amtrak all the way from Portland to New York. I'm not even kidding. I've considered it because of just how much I hate airplanes. But the expense would be ridiculous. And I would be, it would be like 3 or 4 days. So I don't feel like it. I might just take a plane anyway. Okay, so let's see. Glue the threshold, E3, to bottom of door hole. Find the door frames, number F1 and F2, and round over. Okay, glue on the threshold, E3, to bottom of door hole. E3. Where's 3? Okay. Ah, there we go. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark some of these. Because it'll say something like, oh, E3. And I'm like, but none of these say like A, B, C, D, or E. So I'll just mark E. I know that's E. Alright, so that goes underneath the doors. I'll need to see a photo. Bottom of door hole. Does that... Oh, wow. Okay. So that will have to go all the way through. Like that. Oh, that's nice. Alright. Alright, so... I think... No, yeah, I'll keep using the glue stick. Dina says, remember you need a dark suit or tuxedo for formal night on Queen Mary 2. Yeah, I thought about renting a tux or buying a tux. It's going to be way too expensive to buy a tux. But I found out you can rent a tux on the ship itself. So I think that's what I'll do. My friend Chris already has a tux, so he's not worried. But yeah, I'm going to rent a tux from the ship. All right. The threshold is on there. Cool. There's so many fine details on this model. It's like, holy moly. Okay. This one needs the threshold. Right, Two People says, if Queen Mary 2 sinks on your crossing, make sure to film your untimely death for some top content. Oh, absolutely. I'll live stream my death for you guys. you know, I'll live stream my death. I'll hold the camera up to other people who are like in the water, just I'll be like, "How do you feel right now? How is it? What's it like?" No, it's awful. It's awful. How crazy would that be? Oh my gosh. And then like right before I die, it's like, hit the like and subscribe for more content. No. Well, there won't be more content, right? So I guess that's it, but it's funny. Okay, the threshold is on there. Let's see. Dino says, set up your tux rental ahead of embarkation or they may not have one. I learned that lesson. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, that's good to know. Chris says, wanted to join the German military. That was around 2006, 2007. Oh, okay. Oh, but you would have had to move to Germany to do that. Okay. Yeah. I've never desired joining any military. But I have family members that did join the U.S. military, though. The Navy, mostly. Oh, right. What's the next step? Find the door frames F1 and F2 and round over one long edge. What? And round over one long edge. Now glue the... Okay, now glue to the inside edges of the door hole. Inside edges of the door hole with the rounded edge to the exterior. And toward the door. That's a really complex F1 and F2. F1. No, it's not this one. It's... That's E. This one is F. F. What does it want me to do? Find the door frames, okay, and round over one long edge. I'm guessing it means like to sand it down to round it over. Okay. Round over one long edge. Now glue to the inside edges of the door hole with the rounded edge to the exterior and toward the door. Cut the top to a 45-degree angle and fit the top piece in. Glue the backrests B1, B15. Be nice if they had photographs of that specific step. But they don't. Oh. Man. Why do they gotta make this so complicated? I have to cut that at a 45-degree angle? I'm starting to loathe this thing. It's already past dinner time. I'm hungry. But I'm almost done with this step. Once I get this step done, I can paint the progress I've done today and then call it quits for the next time. Chris says, the Queen Mary 2 has plenty of lifeboats for everyone. It's not the RMS Titanic. Oh, I understand it's got plenty of lifeboats. But that's not necessarily what I'm worried about. What I'm more worried about is, like, if, like, I get trapped in a room and the ship starts capsizing or something, you know, or let's say it gets hit by a rogue wave and then I get flung over a balcony or something, or I'm inside the lobby and I go over the railing and fall off, you know, like, it's just like stuff like that. So the food on Queen Mary 2 is fantastic. Remember, it will make you gain weight no matter what you do. I bring suspenders to ensure I get my pants to stay up. Yeah, I would gain extra weight like crazy. Chris says, you could have been a chef in the U.S. Navy aboard an aircraft carrier. I mean, maybe, but I heard that a lot of people don't get to choose that position. Like, you end up in it, you know? But it's one of those things where, like, I do it if I had to, but I don't want to be in the military, you know? Tico. Pretty cool. Hopefully you get to reach that goal. There. There. Okay. So, I guess I'm supposed to glue those at... Let's try to fit one. See how it works. Ah. Can I just not and say I did? I don't want to, like, cut each of these at 45 degrees because they'll be so small and I won't get the cut correctly. So I might as well trim it down. There we go. Now. That there. Ah, thought I need to be trimmed even more. There we go. Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to install the top one first. Okay. Tweezers. These aren't the right ones. Okay. Hemingway, yes, absolutely. I have seen... I've been following Dave Meek's Thunder Mesa Mining Studio. Alright, Tupia. Yeah, I'd be worried about the same thing. Worried about the same thing. Okay, let's glue this one. I think I've been in several crises, and I think each time I've been able to keep calm. But yeah, there are other people. I've been in crises a few times, and I'm usually the only one that stays calm. So I think I would be able to stay calm in a situation like the ship sinking, but I wouldn't know how to calm or handle other people. I've never been good at consoling people or convincing them to stay calm. Okay, that side is done. This one will need to be trimmed down. Dino says, I was on the Queen Mary too during 45-foot waves, and it was stable, and we had great fun as the waves splashed on the front of the bow. Commodore Club was great fun during the storm. Oh, nice. Yeah, my friend Chris, he really wants us to do a winter crossing, because he wants to see the ship in the storms. He wants to see how well it does. He wants to experience that. To be honest, my own curiosity has piqued as well. I kind of want to see how the ship does. Obviously, she does well, but I mean, we want to see it. So, we might do a winter crossing if we can. Yeah. Dino says, you have the patience of Job doing that tiny work. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I have... I'm doing it because it needs to be done, but I don't know that I have all that patience. I think basically it's just kind of my own desire to make sure that it gets done right. That desire to make sure it gets done right is overruling my desire to just get it done fast. Which is a new concept for me because, like I keep telling people, I don't have that much patience. So I'm surprised I'm even getting this thing done. Alright. That frame is glued in. Get some of this extra glue off, or else it won't look right. Okay. That's one side. I gotta repeat for the other side. Once I'm done with these door frames, then I can paint the stuff I've painted today, or paint the stuff I've installed today, and then call it quits. But you see, I'm already kind of cutting corners because it's like telling me, like, oh, sand down the edges to make them more rounded and, you know, cut them at 45-degree angles. I'm skipping that stuff. I'm like, I'm not going to cut this at 45. It's small enough, you know? Like, I'd rather just install straight edges. 45-degree angles. Who do they think I am? Okay. Cut this one down. That could be cut down a bit more. Okay. Hello, Brian. Chris says tomorrow will be 61 degrees, mostly cloudy here in Moberly, Missouri. 36 degrees overnight. Yeah, we're going to have temperatures just about 36 degrees each night up here. And then in the daytime, it'll be 45, just about. It's warmer than usual for this time of year. But, you know. Okay. Remove the glue. One more piece. Chris says, "Hey Alex, do you have a Facebook?" So I do, but the thing is I'm never on there. I think a lot of people go on there hoping that they can instant message me, but there's a lot of people. There are dozens upon dozens of people trying to instant message me on Facebook, and I can't keep up with it. It's way too many people. So, but I am on Facebook on occasion. to post things or to get in communication with other people that I need to communicate with. But yeah, my Facebook name is in the description below. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see all my contact details and stuff. Yeah. But folks, if you want to get in contact with me, the easiest way, the best way is through email. Because I can't promise I can do instant messaging. It's a lot of people want that. And then they expect a conversation. You know, they want to keep up the conversation and stuff, and I can't. There's just so many people. So yeah. Okay, that part is glued down. Is the last step over? No. Glue the backrests, B15, across the first 3 windows. Across the first 3 windows, 0.480 from the top of the frame. Jeez. To the other side wall the same way. Same numbers on parts. B15. That's F. That's E. I don't remember what this one was. Okay, this is B. B. B15. Those pieces. All right, over the first 3 windows. Across the first 3 windows. Across the first 3 windows. From the top of the frame. Backrests. I'm guessing, obviously, the backrests must be for the seats. Okay, let's cut them out and see how they fit. Okay. First 3 windows. Oh, okay, it does fit. All right. All right. And the camera turned off because it ran out of battery. That's okay, I'm almost done anyway. Let's go ahead and put this camera away. Okay. Pinchy, I am building a caboose. It is a Sandy River and Rangeley Lakes Railroad caboose number 556. So I'm building a very accurate model of that caboose right now. I'm just gonna glue another piece. Okay. Okay. The backrest is in on that side. Then it needs to go in on this side. That's interesting. These pieces are 2 different sizes. But they came from the correct area. So weird. Okay. Both backrests are in. Cool. The first step of the entire process is now complete. So the next time I work on this will be to do the front and back walls of the caboose. But for now, that those pieces are glued in. Yeah, for now that those pieces are glued in, I'm going to paint them so that way they can be painted and dried and all that stuff. That way they'll be the correct colors. So I want the interior trims of the caboose to have a darker green color. So that's nice. And okay. Everything will have to be Dawn says takes out 1 minute 13 seconds for your train to make a round trip. Nice. Hello, Lucas. Okay. So start with the lightest colors, work. This is the trick to painting models. When you're using the exact same paintbrush for the day, is start with the darkest colors first, then work start with the lightest colors first, then work your way to the darker colors. Even though you'll be mixing and cleaning off the paintbrush, it just helps because sometimes there's just a little bit of paint left on that brush, no matter how many times you clean it. So you start with the lightest colors first, then work your way to the darkest. So okay. So right now I'm going to paint all these trims and stuff that I installed today. Actually, I want that to be dark as well. Okay. That one will be a dark trim. For now. But But I do want the interiors of the Caboose windows to be the same color green as the rest of the Caboose. So I laid down a base coat of green for the cupola window. When that dries, I'll come back and put a second coat. But let's get to the interior trims. Daniel says, hey, Alex, why does Mauritania look white in her later years? Oh, that's because in her later years, she was used as a cruise ship. Because when the ocean liners would get old, they costed more money to run, and they couldn't compete with the newer liners that were out on the ocean. And so in order to help make up those costs, they would run them as cruise ships. And the lighter color on a cruise ship actually is for a good purpose, because cruise ships go through really hot areas, usually tropical areas. That's where everybody wants to cruise to most of the time. So to allow for the cruise ship to allow for the ocean liner, to stay cool in hot weather, they painted the hulls of the converted liners white or really light green to help with that. Because remember, ships like Mauritania were built for the North Atlantic. So they were not capable of staying cool during really, really hot weather. It was just difficult. So that is why. This is some of the most crazy paintwork I've had to do, because I'm just painting these really tiny trims that are on the insides of the windows. And when I'm done, I'll bring the camera closer so you guys can see. Hopefully you'll be able to see it very well. If not, you can just tune in to the update video that will have to do with the completion of this in the future. And the update video will show how it was done. There'll be like a photograph. Okay. If I breathe too hard, it dries out the paint. So I have to like hold my breath as I paint this. But it's turning out really nicely. And, you know, the train behind me has been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes. So, you know, running it at the slow speeds that I run it goes to show how the trains can still operate even working such long hours, as long as you don't run them too fast. When you run them too fast, they wear out their gears and stuff because they get hot. those little things are done. Now for the second coat on the interior of the cupola. Okay, cupola interior is done. So the light green paint for the interior is all finished on that side. Right2Pip says, if you were to be stranded in the past forever, what time period would you choose? Yeah, stranded in the past forever. Let me think about that. That is a tough question. Could I also choose the place? Because, you know, even if you get stranded in the past, sometimes you're in a place that you can't, it's hard to live. So... Chris says, well, at least my modern-day clone copy of Armor's Britannic 2 would have full AC and heat. That's a good idea. Pacific says, nice. I like how I left and rejoined and Alex is still streaming. Yeah. I'm almost done with the stream, though. I just gotta finish doing the painting of the stuff I did today. Like I said, it's already past dinner time. But if I stop now... it'll be a while before I can get back and finish just these little details. Because the next time I work on this, I'll probably be needing to assemble some things from the interior. And I want to have the interior painted before I need to assemble it. So, I don't want to leave this and not finish it, you know? So... oh, my hand's already shaking. NCC says record stream length. Yeah, I'd say so. 3 hours, 40 minutes. It's 10 minutes past my record length. But that's also because, like, if I go and stop the stream now, it'll interrupt what I'm trying to do. So I can't stop the stream. I have to keep going. Who knows? Somebody will probably watch this stream tomorrow, and they'll watch it from, like, their office and be like, ah, peaceful, relaxing. I shouldn't be sleeping while I'm working, but I am. Okay. In fact, yeah, the music is still going, because the music is a 3-hour loop, but I know at some point it will have to it'll have to stop. I don't know if I already reached the end of the loop and it looped back again, or if it like, or if I haven't reached the end of the music loop. Okay. That stuff is done. Now we go back over the cupola again. Okay. Now, I need to do the darker green. I don't want to wash the paintbrush just yet, because when you wash the paintbrush, it leaves a little bit of water in the brush, and I don't want it to thin out the green paint. But I will wash it before I get to the red. So the darker green will be for the interior window sills and trims. Okay, so Right to View says, yes, you can choose the place and also move, but with the transport methods of the time. Then I would probably want... What would I want? Okay, if someone was holding a gun to my head and they said, choose now, I'd say, okay, I suppose Britain in the 1930s, and then just before the war, how awful does this sound? Just before the war, I would move to the U.S. Or at least move out into the country, away from the danger of the Blitzkrieg and all that. But the thing is that the 30s, it was a really rough time, and you'd have to live through that, you know. There's no escaping the what do you call it? There's no escaping the depression. It was all over the world. No matter where you run, you can't get away from it. And then the other thing too was, you know, you go to the United States in the past, and someone like me would not have been, you know, treated very well. You know, I am multicultural ethnicity, and you know, things just didn't go well for people like me. Yeah, but I suppose if I had to choose, it would be that. Because I hate the 70s. The 80s is okay, but you know, in terms of music, but there's very little in the 80s that I'd want. The 50s, I'd still face the same issues as I would have faced in the 30s, except no Art Deco architecture. Everything would be streamlined, modern, or mid-century modern. Pretty cool. I'm loving the way this thing is turning out. Yeah, I know the music is still going. I just don't know if that it looped back over itself or if I just haven't reached the end of the music yet. But I am curious to know, you guys, any of you, if you had to be stuck in the past, but you had the ability to travel, what part of the past would you go? Where would you be? That was a good question by Rytupia, because I'm actually curious what people would say. I want to know. Keep in mind, the realities of the past do apply. So if you are a black person and you say, oh, I want to go to the 1940s, be aware you will be treated the way the black people were treated in the 1940s. So, but still, I'd like to know, what would you guys, where would you be stuck? That is something I'm curious about. Good question, Rytupia. Good question. Let's see. Daniel says, I don't know, maybe Spain, 1930. Oh, that's an interesting one. I never thought about Spain. In fact, I'm not even sure what Spain was like in the 1930s. Kevin says Japan, World War II. Really? Oh, that sounds like a death sentence. K4RNA says, I would say my birth year, 1967, to do it again with what I know now. Interesting. That's an interesting one. Then I could go back on Queen Mary as I was a kid. That is interesting, yeah. Because, I mean, you know, like, I was born in 1992. I would say that if I had to go back to 1992, I would know how to live. I mean, granted, I was a baby back then, but the 90s, I know what that's like. I grew up in the 90s, and it's an era I'm familiar with. But nothing amazing happened in the 90s, so there was no voyages on Queen Mary. Oh, but there was QE2. There were voyages on QE2 during the final days of Cunard's great service. But that is interesting. Going back to your birth year, knowing what you know now. It's interesting. This looks so good. I wish I could show you a photograph of what it looks like, but I can't. You'll have to wait to see it. Maybe I'll photo... You know what? When the live stream is over, you guys, I will photograph the work I did and post it in the community tab of my channel. So it's literally the community tab. And you can see what this looks like. Because it looks amazing. And the only way you'll be able to see how well it looks is through a photograph. But boy, this is certainly the most detailed model I've ever built. And I've built plastic model kits. So let's see. What anybody else say? Any other timeline? NCC says United States 1950s. I could travel around on Golden Age streamliner trains. My favorite era of the passenger trains. Nice. Chris says black people are treated far better in Canada than the United States during the 20s and the modern era. Well as in the UK as well. In the UK, black folks, I mean, they weren't seen as equal as they are today, but they were certainly treated better than they were in the United States. So, yeah, that would be interesting. Sometimes I wonder, I'm like, what would my life have been like had I been born in a different country with a different, oh no. Got it. Okay. In a different country, different stuff going on in my life. What if I had been the son of a farmer in India? Or what if I had been, I don't know. What if I had been like, I don't know, Queen Victoria's son or something. A good son, not one like King Edward VII. But, I mean, technically King Edward VII was considered a good monarch, just not a very good husband. Husband to Queen Alexandra, of course. Spending too much time on these windows. I should just put the coat of paint down and be done with it. Okay, so that's good. Let's move on to the window trims on the other side. NCC says Spain had a civil war from 1936 to 1939. Are you the one that... Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I would not want to be amongst a civil war. I know there's some people that are like, oh, I would, I'd love to go to battle or whatever. I don't understand that. I prefer peacetime in any country. I don't think I'm not built for war. So, but yeah. Rytopia says, I would maybe choose the mid-50s or early 60s to avoid World War II. Some of the dire post-war austerity, but still in the steam age. Interesting. And Rytopia, what country do you live in right now? Sometimes I forget which viewers are which, but are you in India right now? I know I have a professor that's in Sri Lanka. He sometimes shows up on the channel. Is it Sri Lanka or Malaysia? See, it's hard for me to remember people, but like exactly their details and stuff, but I could have. I feel like Rytopia told me that you were in India, or maybe you were just passing through India, like on vacation or something. Pacific says, if you had the opportunity to live in a different country for some time, where would you, where, and why? But it can't be countries no longer in existence. So it has to be like modern day, right? That's your question. I would choose... I want to double check my answer because I just want to make sure I know where I'm saying. Well, I guess I would say the UK, like maybe England or Scotland. I've always been somewhat of an Anglophile, so I often tell people, like, if I didn't have family here in the United States, you know, I think that there would be very little keeping me here in the United States. I'd rather be in, like, Scotland or the UK. And I think the reason why is because it's just, the countries are beautiful. There's lots of Anglican history, and I really like the attitudes of the people in the UK. Just, you know, I don't know. It's just, it feels very much like my personality. And the weather, I like the weather. I know a lot of people in the UK, they don't like the weather, but I do. I think I like the rain. I like the cold. I like snow. I like just wintry weather. And of course, everybody in, well, I should say the language of England is English. And in Scotland, most everyone speaks English. Although some do... I guess if they're from a different country, they speak a different language, but still. You get the idea. I have a habit of going off into tangents about little things. Okay, so let's see. K4RNA is going to bed. Have a good night. And thank you for the little message. That's really nice to say to everybody. Daniel says, how about Canada 1910? I could have seen Olympic or even Mauritania. Yeah, that's true. Rytopia says he's in the UK. Okay. I must have been thinking about somebody else. Alright, yeah. Okay. In the 50s or 60s. Yeah, that's a good time, right? 50s, 60s, UK. K4NA says, you would love Nottingham, England. I think so. I think I would. I've seen photographs, and I think I've even... There was a documentary once that took place in Nottingham. So... Been almost 4 hours I've been working on this. I'm so tired. I'm just almost done. Then again, I've said I'm almost done for an hour, so am I really almost done? Or 2 people says, unlike the US, the immediate post-war years in Europe were pretty terrible. Yeah, that I have heard. Because a lot of places in Europe were destroyed by the war. Especially economies. So yeah, I can imagine. I think it's safe to say each of us, we would want, if we had to live in another time, we would hope to be in a time where there was more prosperity than there was, anything else, anything bad happening. I would hate to go somewhere that is war-torn. Like, one of the places in this world I would love to visit is Sri Lanka. Right now they're having a problem with their government. And so right now is not the best time to travel. Have to wait till things settle down. Need more there. Okay. That part is good. Now the interior trim. I don't think I've ever had to put this much detail into any model I've ever built. It's getting late, so I gotta think about what I'm gonna do for dinner since it's so late. I just have to... I don't know. Do something. I'm done with green. Now it's time to work on the red. Chris says, Alex, did you know that the Soviet Union was not bothered by the Great Depression? Really? Oh, that's surprising. Your live stream has passed the runtime of the film Titanic. Yeah. I didn't intend to be live streaming this long, but... Yeah. And my eyes are getting tired from just, trying to stay focused on what I'm looking at. I'm almost there. there's these YouTube channels that they show you how they make stuff like this, like these models. And I can't do that. I mean, look, my other camera, which I had a time lapse going. That camera is now dead, and I can't use it until it recharges. The camera that's looking at me right now is about to die. So it's like doing those kinds of YouTube channels. I can't do that. Come on, where's the... There we go. Even my train is the record amount of time my train has ever been running. I've never ran it this long before. But I can hear it still doing fine. Okay, so let's see. Rajapip says, I often wonder how much cultural and historical places that tourists could visit, but can't because they are in danger or dangerous or authoritarian countries. That's true. Yeah, that's really true. There's some countries that, you know, they're just too dangerous to visit. Like, I know a bunch of people are... they're not going to be happy with me saying this, but like Mexico, like, one of the reasons why I wouldn't go to Mexico is because, I mean, it can be dangerous. I know a lot of the locals would say, Alex, come on, like, if you just know what you're doing, you'll be fine. I hear that a lot, but still, there is that lingering thing of danger. It's like, I lived in Oakland once. If someone said, Alex, you know, is Oakland a safe place to be? I mean, yeah, I could answer, well, if you know what you're doing, you'll be fine. But I mean, generally, no. I would say, well, I wouldn't recommend it. You know, like if you're looking to vacation somewhere, like Oakland should not be your first choice. But I mean, you know, if you know what you're doing, you'll be fine. So, I know a lot of the local Mexicans would say, "Oh, well, it's fine," but I don't know. Aiden says, what's your favorite narrow gauge locomotive? My favorite narrow gauge locomotive would be the Forney locomotive. So, which is the type that's running on the rails right now. That's my favorite narrow gauge locomotive. In fact, Tuesday should be a video about the Forney engine. Let's see. Pacific. Well, I'm not running the train very vigorously. It's not going to grind away at the gears. No worse than just running it any other day, so... Daniel says, okay, I'm really tired. Good night, Daniel. Aiden says, awesome. Forneys are really cool engines. I'm looking forward to watching that video. Yeah. It's taking a while to finish. Yeah. Okay, so let me see. Once I finish painting the brown trims on this one, I can finally quit the live stream. So... Alright. So much painting. So many details, that's why. All these details. That's good, though. One day someone will look at this and they'll be like, wait a minute, you built that? I'm like, yeah, me. paint this too. Okay. A few more trims to go. So close to being done. Yeah. I can't believe I still have 24 people watching. I'd be surprised that a lot of the people would have just, like, dropped out by now. But that's good. I'm not alone. Almost done. It's a good thing I give these things a check, because you never know what you forget. Or sometimes something needs to be just touched up a second time. Some of these things need just to be touched up. Some of the green from the interior is kind of around the edges of the windows, and I need to get rid of that so it doesn't distract. Pacific says, I would ask why I'm still here, but I won't. Yeah. Let's do that. Do that. Okay. The first step of construction, believe it or not, that is the first step. Everything from painting it, assembling the side walls, and then touching up the paint on the side walls for all the stuff that was just done was all part of the first step of this thing. there's still a lot more to go, but I don't know. So part of me tells me that I've gotten maybe 20 to 25% of the caboose done. I mean, I don't know for certain. If I look at the instructions, the instructions start with this paragraph here. So, and that's on the first page. But there are no huge paragraphs like that again. They're half the size. But that was the first step. Then there's more steps after that. Each step has little steps within it. So it's not necessarily all part of the same thing. It's like little steps within the big step. And there is a grand total of 22 steps. Let me reiterate. Everything I just did today for these is step 1 of 22 steps. So this is going to take a while, but I think it will look amazing when it's done. I'll probably be super proud of myself for sticking around and doing something that takes this much concentration, this much effort. I think it'll be really amazing. And I also know for a fact I will never do another model like this again. Never. Because, you know, it's great to have the final product. I mean, I'm looking at the side wall and I can already picture how the whole thing will look when it's completed. And it looks amazing. It looks really amazing, you know, but I do not have the patience for this. I just realized there's some specks of glue that dried that need to be touched up again. But yeah, I will never do this again. It was great. The kit is not hard. I don't think, like, at first I thought, oh, this is difficult, but it's not that the kit is difficult to put together. It's just that it requires a tremendous amount of concentration. So if you're one of the creators of the kit who's watching this, the kit was not difficult. It's just the concentration required for working on this is difficult for me to conjure. But it's looking wonderful. And then there we go. Okay. Steve says, cool stream, Alex. It's coming together. Steve, how long have you been here? You haven't said hello. Oh my gosh. Steve also says, can't wait for step 2. Yeah. Right, Viep says, you're destined to be stuck in the modeling time loop forever. I know. Yeah, so, alright, so it's going to look amazing. I know. What I'm going to do, you guys, is I'm going to give this a minute or two to dry. I'll clean up a little bit while it's drying, and then once it's dry, I will take some nice photographs of the front and back of both of these, and then I will post them in the community post. I would say within half an hour. It's 7:29 p.m. right now, so let's just say 7:30. So yeah, before half an hour from this point, I will have photographs put up of the work I did today on this, because the only way you guys will be able to see it and appreciate it is through a photograph. I'll take some nice photos of it. So, but it's like amazing. It looks amazing. But yeah, so, but for now, I'm going to end the live stream. I know, 4 hours, 4.5 actually. I started at 3 p.m. So it's been 4 hours, 30 minutes. That is a record for sure. I don't know if I'll ever surpass it again. Hope not. But I'm going to say that I'm done with the live stream for now. Check back into the channel, to the community posts, community tab in 30 minutes to see if I've posted the photographs of these things. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Monday, right? What day is it today? It is Sunday. Okay, tomorrow's Monday. Working on the Forney locomotive video, hoping that'll be out on Tuesday, and then Wednesday will be afternoon tea at 4 p.m. Pacific time. So classic Cunard tea stream that I do. Yeah, so that is the plan. Thank you guys so much for watching. I am surprised you guys survived this long. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.